Damn, that's starting early. So my friend, one of my friends I jammed with a while back, is putting on a show. He moved away a little bit, so that's why I kind of stopped jamming with him. But he put on a show. It's funny. What's really funny is I met this other band that's pretty big up here in Northeast Ohio regional. They're called Ebenezer the Crow. I posted a video of me hanging out. I just recorded one of their jam sessions like 2-3 years ago. It's funny. So he's hosting this music show. It's over 2 or 3. It's Friday through Sunday. And anyways, but Ebenezer the Crow is playing there. So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna. It's a bit away. It's in August. August 7th through 9th. So everyone's camping out there like because they're gonna be there for 2.5 days. So I'll show up for 1 day. I'm gonna tell them, well, hey man, I'm going live right now on YouTube, and it's my last beer. That's cool. I'll put that in my calendar right now. So I am going to put this in August. I got to see because I might not be in town too. So I'm going to see. This is cool. So my friend that's invited me, his band, all they do is Pink Floyd covers. He knows every fucking Pink Floyd song. They have some originals. And then Ebenezer the Crow, they sound like they're like 70s rock. So they have a lot of original stuff too. The dude had a fucking massive fucking record collection when I went there. And the drummers sing, so they're pretty cool. I haven't seen them in a minute. I met them through one of my other friends. Like, that's what I was saying. To these musicians, it's just like you meet one musician and like you meet a whole circle of other people that they know, is what I'm saying. So anyways, I'm putting this in here. So I'll definitely go out there for the Saturday. Sorry, I have one person watching. Great, thanks. So I'm gonna get started here. I'm gonna finish this. We're gonna get started, or I'm just gonna play. I'm sorry, I don't have anything prepared. I'm just gonna play whatever. So that was my last beer of the Heineken's, guys. Imitation is flattery. That every second of that, like there's like 40 pieces right there of very modern music, So, anyways, I'm just trying to say it's not random. My channel's not a joke. My art is not a joke. It's pure expression, and I'll just say, I can't say I see this anywhere else. And by the way, so that's what I'm saying. People complain about it so much. That's why I don't do it. But I tuned my piano before I started my stream. So it's like really, the notes may not be truly in tune, but I'm saying at least for the octaves and at least for the unisons, especially in the high notes, they're all in tune right now. And no one wants to ever say anything about, wow, your piano sounds like it's in tune. They want to say, oh, it sounds like a fucking harpsichord. And that, again, I'm sorry, like, I may bring that up a lot, but that really annoys me because I clearly do not play a harpsichord, is all I'm trying to say. If you're going to comment about anything, comment about something else, like, maybe you should voice the hammers. Maybe you should play quieter. Maybe you should play slower. Maybe you should play lighter. Those are better suggestions than, what are you playing, a harpsichord? To me, that just tells me that you have no idea of anything that you're listening to at all, that you're a studio musician that has only heard studio recordings, and you only prefer studio recordings when it comes to YouTube, because there's a very large range of material that people present. And again, I'd like to say probably now I follow over 7,000 people on YouTube. Okay, I follow a lot of people. Okay, so I'm just trying to say, like, you may see on my TikTok and my Instagram I follow 0 and stuff. But just plain and simple, I'm tired of people that just play these games that just like follow you and then unfollow you, and it's just like, look, I don't do that dumb shit. I don't follow nobody. I'm not gonna follow you back. That's the whole thing. Follow you back, and it doesn't matter. And then in like a couple weeks, months, maybe even a year later, it's like whenever people decide that they feel empowered, like fucking Beyonce singing a woman's rights song, you know, to unfollow you, and it's like, bitch, I already fucking unfollowed you, motherfucker. So, anyways, that's what that's about. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, it's not about an ego thing or anything. It's it's a statement of, I don't play that fucking follow and unfollow game. You clearly see on my community wall that I share more than anybody other people's posts, and I know people get notified with this now because people have commented about it. I have over to 4.7 thousand posts which I have shared, okay? And this is numbered in your analytics in YouTube, okay? And even through all this, YouTube still wants to make me verify my account when I'm one of the OGs of YouTube. Absolute OGs of YouTube. I was on YouTube within the first 4 months of its inception, and if you don't even know the year that YouTube started, then it just tells you that you weren't there when I was there, because I was there, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. And this is like my 4th account, okay? For reasons I'm not going to get into, other than right now with this current account, I've been satisfied that I've been given the opportunity to finally fight haters, motherfucking haters that just want to shut you fucking down, you know. And right now it's the fucking Eagles. I'm sorry, the music is below my left foot. And if you guys been following me for the past almost 90 days, because right now I have about 10, maybe 15 more days of the copyright, I deleted the video, you know. In this case, you know, I didn't know, okay, that the Eagles were, you know, just were on top of this shit for literally all their songs. And anyways, I'm not going to fight it, because I'll just say that's what they want to do, and that's what they want to do. So I respect their rights of the music. So anyways, I deleted my video, and anyways, I'm waiting. You know, I'm almost done. And anyways, since I'm not quite sure if this is because I've had a number of people trying to shut me down, okay? I'm not even going to name who, but I'll just say this, it's happened a number of times, okay, guys? And it's not something that's been one instance. This is, again, I'm one of the OGs of YouTube. I've been on YouTube since it first fucking started. When you fucking couldn't upload a fucking over a 3-minute video. People probably don't even know this, that you couldn't upload a longer than a 3-minute video when YouTube first started. You know, and the resolution was 320, 240. And then like they slowly gave out 10-minute videos and then 15-minute videos to people. And I was one of those accounts that was chosen, is what I'm trying to say. And this is why I'm saying why I've been singled out by so many haters. And it's just sad when you find out who these haters are, guys, because I don't consider myself, I'll just say, yeah, I consider myself an artist and an individualist and stuff, but like, you know, just like I follow 7,000 people, all I'm trying to say is that's an admiration of other people, and imitation is flattery, is what I'm trying to say. And that's what people don't understand. You know, they, you know, for whatever reason, I'll just say a lot of people, they want to unfollow because they just want to be ignorant and just don't like to know about people setting records and breaking records and criticizing with absolute brand new criticisms, you know, and logic, you know, which is what I'm doing. Again, like I have writings, I'm an orator, I'm a speaker, I'm a writer, I'm a biochemist, I'm an anatomist, I'm a cyclist, I'm a martial artist, I'm a coach, you know, I'm a clairvoyant. This is not a joke. The fact that I was just able to list that stuff off like that should tell you it's not a joke. And again, that's why I feel like no other art is really coming close to me, because I've explained it in other streams how in the past, like science and biology and math and physics were considered arts alongside the study of music, but now it's completely separate, you know. So all I'm trying to say is that's been my main interest with learning these other things, is that I see them as arts, you know, and it's a whole circle is what I'm trying to say, and I present the whole circle 24/7. So I hope that people see when they watch and decide not to tune out on the things that I speak about, that there is a full circle of my of my logic and my art. And when you finally have a truly open mind, like I do, okay, like I have been seen, okay, that's why I'm an advocate, okay, I have seen, I've been anointed, I've seen, okay, guys, I've been spoken to, you know, and that's not a lie. I'm not trying to say that what I'm saying is, if anything, it's a message from beyond saying that I need to live a better example, you know, and anyway, so that's what it's about, and that the example is seen. So, and it's seen with these live streams, you know. So anyways, you know, that's kind of deep and stuff. But what I'm saying is, you know, again, just that there's people, again, like the Eagles, of all people, man, like you really have nothing else on your plate to do. You know, in the past 50 years, you can't write any other tune that can top that any other one tune that you wrote 50 years ago, and you have to go out and single people that you dislike on YouTube, you know. And again, imitation is flattery, and imitation is admiration, and the fact that I would even consume part of my time when you see that the music that I enjoy, okay, is completely not of the music of the Eagles, again, because again, that music is absolutely below my left foot, okay. That music is absolutely like the tip of the fucking iceberg, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm like trying to reach the lower levels, you know. I'll just say I'm below the water for sure. I'm trying to go deeper. I'm trying to reach the bottom of the Marianas Trench. You know, I'm trying to reach 12,000 kilometers of depth. You know, and all I can say is the Eagles are above sea level. That's as sad as that is, and that's why that music and everything about it, the art, everything about it, the essence, the art, the words, the chords, anything, any association, literary aspect, intellectual property is below my left foot when it comes to that shit fuck music. And yeah, I just call it, it's a shit fuck music. Okay? So anyways, I noticed people tune out. Sorry, but you guys got to understand that, you know, it's absolutely, the criticisms are absolutely the way I play, you know, because I'm not going to play some... I'm never going to do that when I prefer. Okay? So, and again, people that play that kind of music and choose to focus on that very narrow, very narrow idiom of music, and also time period, which comes down to literally the decades, and you can't debate me on this when we have CDs and albums, the best of the 20s, best of the 30s, best of the 40s, best of the 50s, best of the 60s, and people like to associate their whole life story upon these decades. Again, when music has surpassed them by millions and tens of thousands of years, you know, and that's what my music is, okay? So that's why the music of the Eagles is below my left foot, okay? A little bit explanation about that. So anyways, yeah, I tuned my piano. I've been working on the action on it too. You guys have to tell I'll say it's only 80% there, okay? Imagine if it was 100%. Like, I'm still having a lot of trouble with these notes right here, okay? Stuff that I try to do in my music. One is I like to have instances where neither hand plays any octaves. Okay, so every interval between both hands is either essentially a major seventh and smaller, or larger. Okay, and I'll just say another thing also is I like to do things where both hands are also playing all intervals larger than an octave. You know, this actually, I'll just say, because no one's listening, so I'll just say, you know, if you really want to know like all the shit that I study and do and stuff, it's Jesus Molina. He has a I mean, I'll just say he has a ton of motherfucking tutorials. But anyways, he talks about a lot of stuff, and I liked. I'll just say it's not like it hasn't been done, or you don't hear it. But when he taught the lesson, it spoke to me. You know that it's a nice sound to incorporate. But you know, he's talking about like, look, if he's gonna play an F chord, you know, I'll just say the basic versions, you'd be playing like an F chord like this, and then something like this, you know, you'd be putting in those 6s and 9s in there somehow. But what I'm saying is like he completely avoids that. And that's what I like. He's like he specifically said it, and I loved it when he said it. It was just like, man, that's why you sound the way you sound. And he said, I always want to include the 9th. So his F chord is, that's always his F chord, is his E flat, his A flat. And, you know, and that's what I've incorporated into my sound as well. You know, these intervals that are essentially no longer octaves ever. You know, and the other thing I'll just say, yeah, I've been to every school. I even went to CIM, guys. I go into CIM once a year. And I go into their submarine practice rooms and I play the shit that I'm working on. Of course, I'll just say, when you hear me play a Chopin etude, it sounds nothing like one of these graduate students playing a Chopin etude, which they're either it's either well below their level of playing, or they're currently programming this music for their studies. You know, anyways, but like, I'll just say the majority of the time I go in there, it's like no one can I can shut everybody up, is what I'm trying to say. And you know, it's just like there was one instance I was at CIM and there was a person that was like, look, like even in the most simplest terms, when I do this, you know, that was like that was all harmonic stuff that was absolutely just unheard of in their vocabulary, is what I'm trying to say. And like they started doing this shit like this. Yeah, and I was like, look, dude, I'm not playing shit in fucking C. I played extremely specific dissonant intervals. You know, and I'm just saying that's essentially that was not in your playing at all. You know, it's like, look, I can do that romantic sound too. The whole thing is I'll just say I'm interested in the sound, okay, and that I should just hope that you guys understand that I epitomize the sound above anything else, above visual, okay, and so that's all I'm trying to say is like I was like, look, I wasn't doing that. Everything I did, I played in more harmonic tonalities and keys than you did in that whole fucking, and then they were trying to play the fucking. You know, that's what they were trying to play. You know, they went through some other Chopins. I'll just say they were having trouble with that etude, okay? But it was kind of like we went through this game of like which Chopin etudes can you know and do know and stuff. You know, and all I'm trying to say is it was absent. Okay, like once it hit the improvisation, they may have thought they won a battle or whatever, but I was like, look, everything I played was absolutely unheard of in your playing, especially harmonically. Unheard, like that was unheard of. This chord, unheard of. You know, if you want to analyze that shit real quick and go back and pause it, you can see that everything I just played was extremely rootless, harmonic, and it's super jazzy. You know, so. And that's what I enjoy about jazz, guys. I enjoy, I mean, I'll just say there's a lot, I'll just say one, I don't want to be considered a jazz pianist, okay? I'll just say I greatly admire jazz pianists in listening to them, like all of them. I've heard like all the great ones, you know, like Bill Evans, Art Tatum, Oscar Peterson, you know, Chick Corea, Keith Jarrett, like Red Garland, you know, so these are, and I've listened to all the eras too, like the Pete Johnson, You know, I've listened to all the original Scotland rolls. I've listened to a number, probably hundreds of Gershwin rolls. You know, because by the way, a lot of people don't know that George Gershwin has probably some of the most highest number of piano rolls out of anybody, and he's just like uncredited on a lot of them. So, anyways, that James P. Johnson. I'm just trying to say all these, you know, Willie the Lion, and all these early piano players. I listen to them too. You know, and you know, I take what I like about it, and but what I'm saying is these are all stratified to so many just small decades, and again, it's like I like that Yang Chung Fung guy. Or that Ying Chung Fung, whatever, that dude that did all that Sarabji shit. He just re-uploaded something else, and he's got this long thing. I'll just say, look, he can say whatever he fucking wants. You know, I honestly, I got an opinion. It's like, look, you didn't write any of that shit. It doesn't mean anything. You're just a fucking monkey. Great, you're a fucking monkey with quantum-like skills. What appears to be like quantum-like skills to us. Because I'm just saying, look, in another 100 years, every fucking conservatory student is going to be playing Sarabji like it's nothing. Okay. So that's all I'm trying to say. He's just, yeah, he's absolutely one of the first. But all I'm trying to say too is, you didn't write that shit, okay? And that's not your fucking music at all. And I'm just saying, here I am. That's why I don't play any Sarabji. So yeah, whatever, maybe an influence, some of the sounds. But again, I didn't even post this. My longest stream recently, 10 days ago, 20 hours long, is still processing. It's probably better that it's not. But the whole last hour, I just basically bitched and spoke about why the limitations of Sarabji's music and the intellectual limitations of it. And that was the title of the video, The Intellectual Limitations of Sarabji's Music. And I know people are probably going to think, wow, you're motherfucking crazy. Your mother, you know, but, you know, I said it in that video, all my arguments of why the music is below my left foot. And again, why I'm done with that music. You know, but sadly, that video is again, any video over 12 hours does not get like uploaded. So it's not happening. I'm letting it go. I haven't deleted it. If it shows up, then it'll show up. I took the screenshots too to show you I'm not fucking lying. That's what I was saying. Look, when I do scales or harmonic minor scales like that in the thirds or sixes, it's like this other person in the practice room. They were just trying to copy me, like do shit like this. And I was like, look, I mean, I wasn't even doing that. Everything that I did was surrounded by absolute harmonic function and creativity. You know, and I was saying, this is CIM, guys. This is when Daniel Trifonov was at CIM, by the way. Okay, so. And again, I played for a jury of all the CIM professors, like 7 of them, okay? And when I went into the room, I had the choice of 2 fucking concert grand pianos. They had them both side by side, so a Baldwin and a fucking Steinway, okay? And I was floored when I fucking stepped. I was like, wow, you guys got this shit in there. And then also on the side of the same room, they had 2 other fucking semi-concert grands, you know, just weren't good enough, you know? Whatever. So I remember I sat down on both pianos and I played both of them. I chose the Baldwin. And anyways, and they're all sitting at their desk. It was a whole fucking jury thing. It was a straight up jury, guys. I played for all the fucking professors at CIM. You know, I'll just say they had nothing to say to me. They you know, this other kid, this violin kid was in there earlier before me, and I was listening. And they had him repeating passages and stuff because they knew the music. And I was like, look, I went in there and I played shit that you guys have never fucking heard. And even if you fucking listen to the fucking recording, it didn't sound anything like the fucking recording. You know, it's completely my own version. You know, and it was also virtuosic too. It was more virtuosic than Liszt. You know, more virtuosic. You know, maybe the only thing, I'll just say nothing, because again, I've studied all this stuff. So nothing. It's a mixture of everything. My virtuosity that I put into there instantly, the instant virtuosity was higher than anything. You know, like I've said, like in my music, I've done so many things that are absolutely impossible, that is absolutely not found in anybody's music. Sorabji's, Reshevsky's, Ligeti's, you know, all these weird, like fantasy composers, you know. I'm just saying, I've done it. My shit's harder. It's impossible. I've written pieces for people specifically because I knew they would not be able to play them, kind of as a dick move, but also as a statement, you know, that my music is absolutely impossible to play. Okay? So, fuck everybody else. That's why, like, all this music is below my left. It's not even below my left foot. It's just a complete disinterest to me. It's just like when you say, like, if you have a computer screen, like EGA, CGA, it only shows like 16 colors. And then you have another computer that's like even 16-bit, 32-bit, and you're getting like 32,000 colors. And it's like, look, when you do that thing, when you can do a max of like on a Game Boy of 4 different shades of green, and I can show you 1,000 different palettes, excuse me, 1,000 different palettes of 32,000 colors, there's no comparison, is what I'm trying to say. So that's what I'm trying to say. There's no comparison with what I do on the piano with what anybody else and any other composer, at least in the past, is what I'm talking about. I'm specifically speaking about dead composers, okay? Because that is the whole purpose of being an artist and a musician, is taking the torch up from those who came before you, who died and stopped wherever they stopped in their art, and for you to pick up that torch and continue the art and whatever it is. And that's what I'm saying. That's why it seems so different. That's why nobody understands what I'm doing, you know. Now I'll just say this video, this speech, this recording, it's my art. This is my music, and this is my art. You know, this is again, this is what I love about it. And what I dislike about it is that I can't do longer than 12 hours. Is because I'll just say, if I could stream longer than 12 hours and have it recorded, guys, I'd have like a 100-hour video easily. All my videos would be 100 hours long. So I'm just saying, you're only seeing this limitation of 11 hours and 50 minutes because YouTube will not let me do that. Okay? That's what I was saying. I mean, I know exactly what I played. So that's what I was saying. That's something I've tried to do. If you guys haven't noticed, in the last year and a half of all my music is repeat passages twice. Because initially, I wanted my sound to absolutely have zero repetition. And I guess that's what people can't understand about it. Is that, yeah, you know, you may hear like, okay, I mean, you're obviously going to hear, say, the same notes and textures or chords or something, but nothing is heard twice, and that's something that I deliberately have wanted. That none of my music is absolutely repetitive, because that's what I was saying. I've broken the Guinness Book World Record, you know, for the longest piece without a recurring theme, okay. And anyways, it's on video, so I'm just saying the only thing that needs to happen is have a fucking dude sit there and watch it all the way fucking through. Which, is that really gonna happen? No, probably gonna happen when I die. So anyways, I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. World record holder, you know, a number of things. Most cadenzas out of anybody for the Hungarian Rhapsody, I have over 1,000. Every single time I play the Hungarian Rhapsody, it's a different cadenza. Okay? And it's not to say that, again, like, I have a very visual memory. It's not to say that I can't recall any of those cadenzas either. So it's like just like a jazz chart or something, and you know, or like a head to a jazz chart. You know, they can always play that back. So that's what I'm saying. It's not random. You know, you know, I'm just gonna say this now. I'm beyond writing music. That's why I stopped. You know, the whole fact that we can just plug something into stereo and just have it play back Just so that's why I'm all about instant, absolute instant composition. There's nothing faster and nothing more productive. And anybody who else is saying that they can write music faster in a faster way is lying. Because the absolute fastest way to write music is to write music in absolute real time, 100% constant. And that's what I do. I write it in 100% constant real time, 100%. You know, and this is where classical musicians differ and stuff. Well, then that's why they disregard jazz standards as compositions. Okay? So, anyways, that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is where we don't need written music anymore. And that's why classical musicians can't get it, because if something's not written, they can't look at it. They can't understand it. They're unwilling to listen with their ears for once. You know, other than, you know, they've been solely vested so much of their efforts and their mental capacity comprehending sound with their eyes, which is absolutely just illogical, because sound is something you hear with your ears, and you should be comprehending with your ears, not your eyes. And that's where I differ. And I'm just saying that's why no one understands it, why they get so fucking offended, and why these people, which I'm not going to name, want to constantly motherfucking shut my channel down. I'm going to end it right now, because I'm a little bit pissed. It kind of like really took me out of the mood to play, but this shit needed to be said. So I'm gonna play a little bit more, guys, and then I'm gonna cook. Okay? So I don't know what I'm gonna play. I'll probably just improvise some dumb shit. Here we go. Nothing special, guys. Probably actually just more technical shit, to be honest. Just because I really been trying to get my technique back up. The other thing too is also like these dudes, like again at CIM, it's like, look, I was improvising this shit with my eyes closed too. An absolute just knowledge of everything you're doing. I'm just saying, and at CIM I didn't see that. The double tritones and two keys, just like right there. That's what that was. Both in F and B and in C sharp. Scales with all the tritones and 13th chords related to F with both whole tone scales at the same time. You know, that's something I do all the time. I intermix the whole tone scales. There's only two whole tone scales. So, but the way I like to do it, there's your 13th chord, whatever 13th chord. This is why I say this is shitting on the keys. Why I don't like jazz music, because the playing something so harmonically extended, while it may sound out and stuff, it and while it does allow you to do more things, in the stricter sense, it allows you to do too much, and it's almost just like better instead of like having this as your C, you know, to just do your C straight up like that, and it will be much more of a challenge to write something harmonically intelligent using that than this, you know. So anyways, that's what I'm trying to say. So that's what I'm trying to say, why I avoid, well, I mean, I still use them, but I'm just saying I use them in the Lisztian sense. I use the 13th chord like Liszt. I don't, or Mozart, you know. That's how Mozart uses it. He always uses the 2 chord and a second inversion, and then he adds the 13th. You know, it doesn't matter what key you're in. So, A minor, he'll do the 2 chord. But it'll be major. I like minor stuff, but he'll do the major. Exactly how Liszt uses it too. Do an Alpine. Doesn't do there, but it's intermittent. It's also implied within his melodies, and that's what you find with these composers, these younger composers, you know, that they don't know, they either don't know how to use the 13th or they don't know how to imply it, meaning to not have the sound of the 13th yet still have the sound of the 13th. You know, this is different from ghost notes and whatever. I don't even want to talk about that bullshit. Some dumb made-up shit again by jazz pianists. You know, again, it was always extemporization. It was never improvisation. You know, this was always extemporization. Only in this late 20th century did that word ever come up for a descriptor of these same types of music. Creating this text, this whole texture. Look, that could have kept going on for another 30 seconds before I even decided to enter the melody. And the melody would sound something like this. You know, again, doing things that no one else does, which I use all the pedals of the piano, the saw sostenuto pedal, using no intervals of an octave, either smaller or greater than an octave. So. To say, you know, and again, for me, it's hard to not say the same thing twice, you know. So I'll just say, like, especially, I mean, you can say, yeah, it's art, but in the bebop vocabulary, it's like you always hear the same fucking thing over and over and over, You know, and it's approached the same way every fucking time. You know, and again with me, I absolutely love the freedom of rhythm too, as well. So. That's what I'm saying. That's what all music essentially is constrained by, is by rhythm. They're absolutely constrained by rhythm. There's no freedom. And that's essentially what classical music has. You know, like rubatos, or you know, just playing things in a singing fashion, which is found in no other music except classical, which is also a terrible idiom, because classical is a time period, you know. So I spoke about a lot of this. Exactly what I just spoke about earlier. Both whole tone scales, which I did, and then every single diminished scale, which there's only 3 diminished scales. You know, I did that all like really fast, and it was like, you know, it could have been voiced better, maybe per se, but I'm just saying it wasn't random. That's all I'm trying to say. It was absolutely not random at all. You know, and another thing I like to do. This is a mixture of like a Scriabin type sound, because again, Scriabin is just all about the tritones with the 13th. You know, that's Scriabin sound. You know, people want to talk about like his tetrachord. Whatever, I forget what it is, but yeah, so I'll just say yes, it's there, but it's more about the relations between the tritones that really makes his music, and almost all his music, which is evident in all periods of his music, from the beginning all the way to the end. And, you know, just classical pianists don't talk about it because they don't appreciate these sounds. You know, they only appreciate these sounds when they see them on paper. But even when they see them on paper and they play these sounds over their hands, they have no understanding of what those sounds are. You know, so I do, is what I'm trying to say. So, and then, so anyways, what I'm trying to say, so I like to do that with this is from Mephisto, Waltz, or Liszt. Actually, it's from Czerny. That's what I'm saying. Anything found in Liszt's music is essentially already done by Czerny, and it's like, that's where Liszt got it from. You know, Liszt will he'll do something more intricate with it, but the basic form of the technique Czerny came up with. And what I mean by Liszt will just be a little bit more harmonic, inventive, or modern. You know, with Czerny kind of like, I don't want to say pause all the time, because he goes through interesting chord changes and functions and stuff. You know, like the which is that chord outline to is this next part, which he goes to after. You know, what is he going to do for a contrasting section in a piece in G minor? You know, any other composer would have gone to B flat. You know, would just done something big. But what does he do? He goes to F. And how does he do there? The change is so fast. It's on one beat. Right there. And into B flat. Same chord movement, but now in C minor. just straight up like 1/4, 1/5, like. It's the exact same thing right here, but in D minor. Czerny does, again, what makes Czerny so hard is, yeah, all the chords and stuff are simple, but all the figurations are all like thumb unders, thumb overs, or it's requiring you to play a fifth or a third also with the same hand, which absolutely makes the arpeggio or whatever passage you're trying to play absolutely difficult, because it's not so. But that's what I'll just say, yeah, you guys know I'm a Czerny fan. I'm just saying, I feel like I'm at the absolute forefront of his music. If there's a institution or what I'm saying that, or needs scholars to go through his music, I'm just saying I would absolutely do it for Czerny. Because like I said, for the music of Bach, especially Bach, but even though this guy's music is 200 years old, but Chopin's sense, even in Chopin's music, we have like institutions and websites completely dedicated to the study and to the verification of everything about their music. And that's what I'm saying, that's what Czerny needs. There's so many things. Again, one of my videos is the complete opus of Czerny, at least that's cataloged on LOTS-o-B. And I scrolled through that whole thing really fast. It's about 2 minutes long. Out of all those compositions, guys, still maybe a little bit more than 50% of the compositions are actually available. And again, my channel is not a joke. Again, it's like why I take an extreme offense when, especially on videos where I write the absolute maximum that is allowed for the videos, 5,000 characters, which if you guys go and count, on a lot of my videos, my titles are exactly 100 characters, and then all my descriptions are close to, or pretty much exactly 5,000 characters. Because that really isn't a lot to me. 5,000 characters is an extreme limitation on what you can write and put in there. But it's cool. I'm down with it. I feel like it's enough. Okay, so I'm down with it. So, anyways, but that's all I'm trying to say is I always have more. Sometimes I'll just say like 6,000 or 7,000 characters, and really to get rid of those extra 1,000 or 2,000 characters, you really have to decipher through what you've written and distillate or take a distillate of what really fucking matters, or you may have to reword things. That's what I'm trying to say, and that's why my channel's not a joke. Writer, order, author, Again, what I'm getting at is I take extreme offense to when I write such an erudite and such a unique, critical, just enlightenment upon these subjects that people want to leave just the stupidest fucking comments about completely irrelevant information. And about the communization of Czerny's music. Again, all my sources for everything that I speak of either comes from a straight up book that's widely published around the world, or it comes from PhD students from well credited colleges of PhD students within the last 10 years submitting these studies for their degree, and that's where my information comes from. So and it's literally I've already talked about it with Czerny, but literally, once you know the subject, it's literally the first thing that comes. It's the only thing that comes up, in the Google search. So it just tells me that you just didn't fucking search this shit. You could have easily just gone and typed in 4 fucking keywords and it would have came up. But for whatever reason, you've decided to be completely ignorant to it and come upon my video and disregard my 5,000 characters of absolutely unique enlightenments of writing, and it's comment about just some irrelevant information that has nothing to do with anything that I said, you know. And what I'm getting at is the communization of Czerny's music. That is not a joke. And you need to go study history and really study the definition of the word communization and what communization means. And then you'll understand my argument, because I don't think you understood any of the words. So there was no way you could have understood the semantics of the sentences which I portrayed upon you, because you have no understanding of the basic foundations of the words which I used. You know? So, anyways, that's just the truth, guys. You know, my channels are not a joke, and when I really like Czerny. That's all I can say. I can't say that about a lot of composers. You know, like, you know, I don't explore a lot of like crazy. I'm just saying, there's a lot of channels that feature a lot of music I've never heard of. Okay, and so that's great. That's what I'm trying to say. That's great, because I obviously haven't heard of it, so it's exposure to me. But what I'm trying to say is, nevertheless, you know, unlike like one of the last Chopin competition winners just finally decide to just finally touch waters into the, if you guys didn't know what my avatar is, okay, you know, I want to further also talk about photos of composers, but it's a photo of Alkan, you know, and it's like the only photo of him, you know, and he's got his back turned, and he's got his, and you can't see the whole thing, but like, I had a friend who cared enough, who knew that I appreciated music and stuff to get my hand in the correct position. So I closely mimicked the only photo of Alkan, like as closely as I could as possible, you know. And anyways, but what I further want to say about pictures is the second picture of Chopin, and I think a lot of, I'll just say, I know a lot of new composers. I'll just say, you look at all the videos on YouTube. They have no idea that second video, that daguerreotype of Chopin, which was taken like in like 1846 or something, it's like close to his death, you know, but it's completely different. His mouth kind of looks open, you know. Before that there was only one known picture of Chopin, and so that's kind of like an interesting duality I've always found, not only with Alkan but Chopin. And more of my point about it is that this second photo of Chopin that was found, I believe it's less than 20 years old, guys. That it was, because I remember I was again on YouTube when this shit happened. You know, I was active, and you know, other people were active on forums. You know, that's what I'm just trying to say, in the early days of the internet. And when this photo came out, it was just like unfucking believable. It was like, no joke. I would argue that it's better to have this unearthed photo of Chopin than to have that new A minor waltz of Chopin, again, which I was one of the first people to record. Okay, and I'm not speaking of my arrangement. My video is not a joke either. Okay, all that stuff with a tardigrade eating a cookie and stuff, that's part of my music, and it's part of the music. It's part of the video, you know. So, anyways, I just take great offense to that, you know, when people don't understand that, because that just tells me, like, look, if I come dressed differently in your house or with a different type of haircut, you're gonna completely be a fucking racist about it because you're closed-minded, you know. So, anyways, that photo of Chopin, what I'm saying is I'm not to say that waltz wasn't nice. I really like that. And by the way, I've listened to almost everybody's recording of just the waltz itself, or I'll just say there's a ton of people that have also completed the waltz. You know, I've listened to every single video. So, and it's something that I still actively search. Maybe not daily, but you know, maybe at least once a week. I'm making sure, and I go through the filter, you know, with a lot of dumb pieces. You know, one is the Chopin etudes. I just like to see who's uploading. You know, this, and I also have a kind of a criticism here, and this is not for the people uploading stuff, but it's the nature of the YouTube search. back in the day when YouTube, I'll just say for the first, at least it felt like 4 or 5 years, the search was very, and even Google, it's kind of like, I'll just say the search is very, very much filtered now is what I'm trying to say. And even when you have a specific user, like it's like you have to have the user's name exactly down to the characters exactly correct. You know, with other pieces, say if I type in like Chopin Preludes and I put Opus 26 or something, I'm a noob. You know, I was just like, oh, I didn't remember it was Opus 28 or something. You know, it was Opus 20 something. You know, YouTube is gonna say it's gonna say showing results for Preludes Opus 28, but instead, did you want to show results for Opus 26? You know, but when you're searching for a very specific video, this is what I'm talking about. Again, I follow 7,000 people, so when I want to search a very specific video, and the video is getting less than 20 views, okay. What I'm saying is in the past it would come up in the search very easily. You know, now you have to filter everything out and type in everything, the whole, essentially almost like at least 60% of the title word for word, character correct, before it's going to come up in the search. And that's kind of what I'm saying, what I dislike about the YouTube search, and you can call it the algorithms and stuff. You know, furthermore, I bitched about this on my Instagram today. Guys, go look on my Instagram. I bitched about this earlier today. Is that I follow, again, listen to my conversation earlier, following 0 people has nothing to do about being an ego. It's a statement of again, these people that follow you and unfollow you. I don't play that fucking game. Okay? So it's like, if you follow me or I want to follow you, I'll follow you and I'll like your videos. You know, and there's, again, thousands of people that I do that with. Okay? So, but what I'm getting at is I bitched about it that, look, I follow 0 people, because what I'm trying to say is it not used to not be like this. When I first, and that's what I'm just saying, that's why I temporarily started following people back, is because prior to that, for years, if you guys didn't know, I unfollowed everybody for like 3 or 4 years, okay? My feed had nothing. When I would open my Instagram app, nothing would come up. It would show like, and also I made sure to not like any videos, because I'm saying, just like TikTok, I'll just say I was liked 0 videos on TikTok, but like the instant you like throw a like, it like immediately like fucks up the algorithm. So what I'm trying to say is I've always maintained a completely virgin algorithm. You know, like essentially with the absolute least amount of information that Facebook / Instagram / Mark Zuckerberg could get from you. You know, and still my feed now is coming up with so much bullshit. And I'm just saying, go to my Instagram and look at my story, and you'll see the bullshit that got fucking suggested to me, and I follow fucking 0 people. I mean, like, you fucking serious? I throw out 0 fucking likes. I didn't look up any of this shit, and this is the shit that's coming up in my motherfucking feed. You know? And that's what I'm saying. That's why I know Instagram is on bullshit. You know? It's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's just straight up truth, and so is fucking TikTok. So... not to say that I'm on it. I'm just saying, not to say everybody, not everybody on it is full of shit. But what I'm saying, when shit trends or shit just gets millions of views for some dumb shit, if it's a funny video, okay. But I'm just saying, if it's for some other shit, then it's like, really, you're seeing such a warped story, a side of the story. And I'll just say, especially with TikTok, after TikTok got banned by Donald Trump and then like reinstated or whatever, it has never been the same. Okay, ever. It is, and you know, I don't think a lot of people really talked about that, but I saw it, and it is absolutely a completely different application now than before it got banned. So I'm just saying, the things that trended and just even I have to say, like, the atmosphere of TikTok was completely different before it got banned. So, and I'll just say, I was absolutely not on TikTok, and I noticed that. Okay, so, anyways, trying to think of some other things I want to talk about. I mean, I talked about a lot of stuff. I mean, there's just a lot of shit I want to talk about. One, okay, I'll just say one. I have to go through these hymns. We have an extremely hard hymn, guys, and it just has so many time changes. It's just one of the weirdest hymns because this is like a very traditional hymn as well. It's traditionally written to have all of these time changes. And anyways, not only with the time changes, it's contrapuntal. Okay, I'll just say there's like two types of hymns. You know, there's the hymns that can essentially be just broken down into some simple type of like jazz chart chord movement, and then there's some really old type hymns that like, I'll just say yes, you could break them down into the chords and stuff. And I'll just say this: I do this for every single hymn. So I have over 400 hymns, which I have completely analyzed all the hymns, all their meters and all their chords and all the voice leading. Okay, and I've been doing this for the past like more than 10 years now, and I'm still trying to become more familiar. So I'm just saying, if you guys didn't know, this is something that I do. Okay, and so, but what I want to say about these older hymns that are really traditional, that also only get played like once or twice a year, okay, throughout the whole Christian calendar, if you're following the Christian calendar, okay, because I'll just say there's different ways of following time. I'll just say yes, I also follow I'm more about the moon and the sun, the lunar cycle, but nevertheless we use a Julian calendar and a Roman calendar and stuff. So you know, I naturally, you know, I do business and I have to speak with people, so I have adopted the January and calendar, and you guys can go look out through history how you know, before we knew about leap years, how it got off so much, and then we had to change for all this and correct for all this, and all the months used to be different and changed and stuff. It just tells you, at least me, that man has no idea what the fuck they are doing when it comes to following time. And the most reliable thing that we can do is follow the moon. And I'm just saying that's what essentially every other country except America. And I mean, I hate to say it's kind of the one weird background thing, but like more third world countries will follow the moon and lunar cycles than educated first rate countries, you know. So I'm not trying to say it's bad. I'm just trying to show the differences between that even though that you may be in a third world country, and living in a third world country, and I'm just saying in a non-Christian third world country, you get such a different appreciation for life, is all I'm trying to say. When you're constantly looking at the moon, especially like a farmer, maybe a farmer even a farmer in the USA will probably be the best person that, you know, the life cycle and the appreciation for the seasons and the moon and the sun is absolutely something different that us city folk have absolutely zero appreciation of, with all our artificial light and everything. Because not only are they about the light cycles and everything, I'm just saying they notice it, especially a farmer that has farmed decades. You know what I'm saying? They know time. And I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. That's an art. And that's what I'm saying. I recognize that as an art. And that's why on my list of descriptions you do not see farmer as an art, because my channel is not a joke and I'm not a farmer. Okay? I don't understand that art. Okay? So but I'm just trying to say there's nevertheless it's like, you know, different arts can appreciate different arts, you know. And if you guys followed me for the past week, I watched, or just, not week, okay, Sultanov, I watched a lot, especially of him playing the first movement of the Prokofiev Second Piano Concerto. I'll just say it's not even like the best recording, okay, but for me, I appreciate like raw effort and the rawness of recordings over like studio recordings. You know what I'm saying? You know, like for example, like the Horowitz returns to Carnegie Hall, and he messes up completely right in the beginning on a you know, for a pianist of his level basic ass movement, but you know, just shows you the nerves. And what I'm just saying, like, I mean, that was beautiful to me. That just showed you and let you know what you are about to experience is absolutely live and unprepared, and it's going to be completely created before you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I appreciate. So I'm just saying when it comes to arts and stuff, and what I'm trying to say. So, anyways, so I've been watching a lot of Sultanov is what my point I'm getting at, and I also there's a he has a number of interviews, okay, but there's this more famous interview because it's in English. It's like 50 minutes long, and I didn't know this about him because here's the thing, I had heard a lot of Sultanov, but I'm just saying I really am trying to study more about him, meaning watch every single video about him, and also more so like when I study these people, it's more so about reading their biographies and also watching the videos in which they speak and not play, because I've heard all the videos where they play. You get what I'm trying to say? I want to hear more than just speak. And in this video with Sultanov, which again is it's about 50 minutes long, he speaks a lot, okay? But again, my channel is not a joke. I'm a martial artist, okay? I'm almost a black belt in Taekwondo. I studied Taekwondo for like over 10 years. And even when I went to college, the college that I went to, Texas A&M, my channel is not a joke. We had the #1 sparring team in the whole fucking nation. Out of every college in the whole USA, we had the best. And I trained with those people. I'm not saying I competed at that level, but I'm just saying I got to train with the motherfucking best in the whole fucking country. I got my ass motherfucking kicked, especially that first practice. I already talked about this in a past live stream, but I was saying it's like, one, I wanted to fight and learn, and two, I wasn't afraid, and two, like, the dude was shorter than me. I just want to say the story again. I got my ass fucking kicked, and he played around with me for a little bit. The whole sparring match lasted less than a minute. It was probably like 40 seconds long. He played around with me for like 30 seconds, and then he just landed me with like the fastest fucking roundhouse I had ever experienced in my life. I'm not lying. Again, because the competitors on my team were the best in the motherfucking country, and especially the dude that they put me up against, because it was just like, again, because you got to like put the whole story in. I came in there, and I mean, I was also like at this time like lifting and just doing an insane amount of workout, and I was in shape. Again, I've really let go, guys. It's been over a year since I've hit the gym. I've been paying a gym membership for over a year, and I've been like 4 times, okay? So I'm just saying I'm like one of the lowest points. I'm trying to improve this, but I'm saying a lot of other things, I'm sorry, are going a lot, are happening in my life right now, okay? And shit just keeps moving faster and fucking faster, and it's just something I've really had to let go. So in a nutshell, that's why I've wanted to get this shit in my fucking attic together anyways. But this, again, I've had so much other shit to do, and also just playing music is an extremely time consuming activity, okay, especially to the level that I like to portray myself as. So anyways, they were like, what belt were you? And I was like, look, I got up to black stripe, and pretty much within most schools, with all the belts below it, they kind of have a different system of colors. I'll just say, like, my school did not have a brown belt, so I never had a brown belt. But some Taekwondo schools will have a brown belt. Mine went white, yellow, green, blue, red, and black. Okay, and once you started getting to green belt, you had to start getting stripes. Meaning like degrees of the belt before you could advance. Like white belt was the easiest. Like white belt, like you immediately, like once you learned the first form and the first like 2 or 3 kicks and you broke your first board, it's like you immediately went up to yellow belt. But what I'm saying, starting at green belt, when you're getting your like blue stripes, you had to get like 4 blue stripes before you could get the blue belt. You get what I'm saying? And then once you got the blue belt, and what I'm saying, what that entailed was every time that every year, throughout the year, there was like 2 or 3 chances to increase your belt. And this is when the Grandmaster, and I studied under Grandmaster guys. I kind of haven't really talked about like my martial arts background and stuff, but I studied with a Grandmaster Lee. He was straight up from Korea, and this dude was, I'm not lying, a motherfucking ninja. Like
like straight up from the old school of where like we should not be teaching white people this art, you know. But he did, and he opened up three schools in Dallas, and he's really fucking well known in Dallas. Lee's Taekwondo. Okay, I'm not quite sure what happened right now. It's kind of sad. He had a lot of bad business dealings with people that screwed him over. Nevertheless, I'm just trying to say this is who I studied with, and what I'm saying. So he had 3 dojo locations, okay, and so he wasn't always at every single one, but he was always at the belt tests. So you know, because it was him that would determine if you got to the next belt or level. And what I'm saying is, to get the stripes, you would have to spar and do all these things and forms every single time. And so what I'm saying, to get that blue belt, you had to do that blue test 4 times before you got that blue belt. And then to get the red, it was 7. And then to get your black belt, it was 10. That's what I was saying. It was fucking insane. That's what I'm saying. I got to like third stripe black, red belt, third stripe. And that's what I'm saying. It's like even before you got to like, or not until you got to the 5th or 6th black stripe on your red belt would you even be considered to be even given a black belt. You know, and some of the other instructors that I studied under were all like 2nd and 3rd degree black belts. You know, like in fucking saying they were all fucking incredible, like athletes and stuff. So, anyways, that's all I'm trying to say is I studied under him, man, real seriously, and that was my thing outside of band. And you know, again, like I'm an oboist. You know, I know I don't sound that great. Here's the deal, is because I got braces, and then when I got braces, it's just like it fucked up my embouchure forever, and I just like let the instrument go and solely focused on piano. And so that's also now, yeah, obviously I don't practice it that much, but what I'm saying is like there's definitely an embouchure which has to be maintained, especially with the oboe of all instruments. You know, like the only other instrument which could compare to this would be bassoon. But again, which instrument is tuning the orchestra? It's the oboe. You know, giving you that perfect A. You know, and so that's what I'm saying. To do that, to give that nice pure A requires a very established embouchure, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I don't have anymore. So, anyways, but I'm saying back in the day, you know, when I was playing the oboe all the fucking time, because that's my first instrument is oboe. You know, I could play long periods without like getting tired. Now I can barely play like a fucking minute. You know, so I'm just saying, especially holding a single note like 30 seconds is like killing me. So because that's what I'm saying, I don't play it enough. So anyways, so yeah, that's all. I guess I'm just trying to talk about oboe. Kind of lost my point. I guess I guys haven't noticed I lose my point a lot. But it's kind of just a full circle knowledge of my interest. So, but the oboe, you know, so I want to talk about the oboe a little bit. I went through a period where I like really disliked it. You know, I don't know, I can't explain. So I just and that was also part of the reason why I stopped playing it. And then eventually, I'll just say the oboe which I bought, I dropped more than $1,000 fucking dollars on it, which is actually really fucking low end for oboes. It's kind of crazy to think that I could buy an oboe and even for probably the cost of that oboe and a little bit less, I could still buy a grand piano. You know, because oboes get up to like in those tens of $1,000s. So, anyways, I'm not trying to say my oboe. There was just two things I wanted when I looked for my oboe. I wanted a wood oboe. There was absolutely no. I was absolutely not going to get a not wooden instrument. So it's a wooden instrument with 0 cracks and all my corks are good. And then 2, I wanted it had to be a European instrument. So it's not like a Lore or anything. I'll just say I grew up playing on Fox oboes, and again, I was just really lucky in Texas, in the Texas school system, it's just, again, completely different than even in Ohio. Well, like, everything is paid for you, and you know, essentially, I only for like 6 months did I ever play on a bad instrument, and it was like it was the very beginning, like when I first started. You know, they had these like really crappy oboes, and if you guys know oboes or whatever, or I don't know if you, I guess a lot of people don't know this, but the oboe has the most keys out of any instrument. So clarinet, flute, saxophone, you know, no other instrument except the bassoon, okay, has more keys than the oboe. Okay, so essentially oboe and bassoon are the hardest instruments to play, is what I'm trying to say. Like, we have the most alternate fingerings for everything. Okay, and we have the most buttons just for very specific trills, you know. And not to say that you can't do these trills on an older oboe, but what I'm saying is, like, to have these advanced trills, and or like just at the most basic, what makes an oboe advanced is to have an octave key, and then also this F key, this left F key. Okay, because if not, there's there's like 5 or 6 different ways to play F. I'm just talking about like middle fucking F on the oboe. Okay, and then also depending on which passages you're playing, on which key you're playing. You know, this is also stuff that was interesting, that I'm glad I had such an experience with orchestra and band, because and not just the band, but I'll just say that my band director was incredible. Okay, incredibly knowledgeable, and he was a piano player and organ player that I later found out. So and incredible, you know, and the thing about being a band director, guys, is you have to learn every instrument too. So eventually, so he knew how to play every instrument too, but his main instruments were piano and organ, you know. Anyways, it just tells you, like, you know, all the best composers and best everything, every instrumentalist, it doesn't matter what you fucking play, you have to fucking learn piano. Take fucking piano 101 and learn some basic fucking shit on piano for your degree. So anyways, but what I'm getting at is, I never like had the appreciation for, especially on the oboe, for all these especially alternate fingerings for these things, and it has to do with if you're playing like in a major or minor key with equal temperament tuning, and also with the orchestra you're playing, because that's what I'm saying. It comes down to the temperament of the third, depending on how the voicing is throughout the band. And I'm talking specifically about a wind symphony. I did both orchestra and wind symphony. Okay, so and I'll just say most orchestra members have, especially as a violinist. Okay. It's like the one instrument that does not cross over into the band setting, but oboe does. Okay, I'm just saying oboe crosses over from orchestra and into the wind symphony. So does flute, clarinet. One of them that isn't kind of like more in the modern sense is a saxophone. So only in the more modern orchestra you can have the saxophone. But I'm just saying, you got to really think about the instruments like that and what type of experience you're going to have. So like a cello player, a viola player, a violin player, a double bass player, they are never going to play in a band setting ever. Unless they learn another instrument, they're never going to have that opportunity. I'm just saying, as an oboe player, I had both. And I'm not saying I had both. For the orchestra, I had to try out specifically. That was an extracurricular thing outside of the band. And anyways, I'll just say I was the best in fucking Dallas, okay? I was in the youth orchestra in Dallas. So you can imagine how many motherfucking, the population in Dallas, okay, is essentially just only second to LA, okay? And just imagine all the schools, all there, okay? There's out of all the states in any country, I'm telling you, Texas has the most. And Texas has the hardest and the best and the most well-funded, publicly funded music programs out of any state, okay, hands down. Okay, so that's just something about Texas. Okay, so anyways, what this conversation comes down to is I only played on a crappy instrument for like 6 months, and after that, we had I remember my first teacher, when we were in like the beginner band. She like, I don't know how she got it, but she's like, well, we finally got better oboes now, and because the first oboes I had were just the basic ones. They did not have the F key, where it was like the completely beginner's oboe. And then and that's what I'm saying. So all the oboes I had never had the third octave key. But what I'm saying is an advanced oboe is considered advanced once it has essentially that F octave key. Okay, like a really more higher end and really pro will have that third octave key. But here's the deal about that third octave key, is that it's really not needed. Okay, if you have really extremely good fingering and embouchure, you know, to reach any of these notes, essentially, like like D sharp and F sharp and higher. Like these are like kind of the maxims of the oboe, of the highest notes, like G sharp, A. You know, I don't know how you probably, like Hollingsworth probably play higher, but I'm just saying, as me as an oboist, I'm just saying, for me to be able to play up to a high, I believe I was able to do a. That's really fucking high on an oboe, guys. I'm saying no fucking beginner can play this A on an oboe. Okay, that's really fucking high. That's like flute fucking territory. Okay, so anyways, and I'm just saying, I never not only learned those fingerings for those higher notes, but had the embouchure and the reed to play them. Because I'm just saying again, like the oboe is totally not an instrument where you can just like go to the fucking store and just, I want to pack a Van Doren 2 fucking halves because I play the stupid fucking saxophone. I'm sorry, I'm not dogging the saxophone. I'm just trying to explain the differences, that the more difficulties that an oboe has to overcome to sound good, and why it's the hardest instrument is all I'm trying to say. Why saxophone cannot even fucking compare. The clarinet cannot fucking compare. A flute cannot fucking. The only instrument that can fucking compare again is a bassoon, because it has one or two more keys than the oboe, but then also the double reed. And that's what I'm trying to say. That has to be handmade. Every other instrument, especially like an instrument like the flute or any brass instrument, you know, maybe a brass player might have a preference for a type of mouthpiece, or they may try out a lot of different mouthpieces. But what I'm saying is, once they have that mouthpiece and it's forged and it's perfectly shaped, it's there forever. You know what I'm saying? An oboe player, like, is constantly subject not only to the altitude in which you play, and believe me, 100 feet of difference in altitude makes a difference in the tuning that you will have to do. You're gonna have to pull your reed out or push it in, and what if you can't push your reed in anymore? You know, so then you encounter those problems. You know, then you're gonna have to play everything extremely sharp and totally bite down on your reed to play in tune. You know, I'm just saying, no other instrument has these issues. You know, brass instruments, they just open and pull a fucking valve. You know, flute players, same thing, they just open and close their neck. Okay, clarinet players, they open and close their neck. You know, well, what I'm saying, it has nothing to do with the reed, is what I'm saying. And that's where the oboe is completely just fucking absolutely different. Because also on all these instruments, especially like what I'm talking about, the reeded wind instruments, clarinet and saxophone, when you take their mouthpieces in, for example, again, just like a brass player may have preference for different types of mouthpieces for whatever fucking sound or how fat or skinny their lips may be. You know, what I'm trying to say is, on a saxophone mouthpiece or clarinet mouthpiece, the reed, one, it's already like machine made, okay, and then two, it's machine made to fit this piece of plastic or metal or brass, whatever it is. But essentially the mouthpiece, which is the bottom part, which is what I'm trying to say, is not another piece of shaped wood. And I'm just saying that's why the oboe, the double reed instruments are so different and so much harder to play. And not only play, but it's you have to perfect the reed even before you can begin to even think about, especially more modern repertoire, playing high notes like that. Because on a shit fucking reed, on a fucking Jones reed, a Jones medium or medium soft reed that you just get pre-made, you pay 20 fucking bucks for the music store, that reed is gonna sound like fucking ass. Okay, is all I'm trying to say. So every one of those reeds, I never ever had one of those reeds. Again, I studied with, you know, I was real lucky that I just had free fucking oboe lessons from like a ton of fucking oboe teachers throughout my whole oboe career. Anyways, what I'm saying is, I never learned how to make reeds very well. I kind of know the just the steps per se, but I have none of the craftsmanship to actually do it. Okay, I know which tools you would need and everything, but when it comes to the actual craftsmanship, I've tried to do it. Okay, I was unable to produce a good reed. Okay, I'll just say it like that. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is, essentially, he would always want me just to buy really, really hard reeds that were like, you know, and some of these hard reeds that you bought, especially from Jones, and I never understood, like, they were in absolute unplayable condition, like, meaning like there was no way any oboe player would ever play these or even begin to make a sound. And the idea actually that I finally understood was you buy these extra hard reeds and then you work on them. And that's what I'm saying. So we'd always buy a hard reed, and then in my lesson, you know, and I'll just say, I mean, for real, like half the lesson he'd be working on the reed. But I'm just saying, I'm used to having perfect fucking reeds, and I know what a good, and you know, and you would accumulate a collection of good reeds, you know what I'm saying, as an oboe player. You know, of course they get old and stuff, but you know which ones are your best reeds is what I'm talking about. And so anyways, you know, you have your fancy little box that look like little cigarette boxes, and I'd always have a lot of reeds, but like, you know, I always know like 2 of them are my absolute best ones. And also when it came to the performance and band, 1 reed. It was always 1 reed, your best fucking reed. And that's what I'm trying to say about the reeds. It's like about all these other instruments that they don't have to deal with that. You know, they don't have to worry about that. You know, oh great, you fucking chipped your fucking reed, fucking saxophone, clarinet player. You just go open your box of another 1,000 fucking reeds and just put one on. Soak it in your mouth for 2 fucking seconds and put it in your mouth. Stop fucking whining, okay? Because when you break a reed as an oboe player, especially during a performance, man, that is the end. You're fucking done, okay? Unless you're taking second oboe, you know, which has happened in some of these performances which I've seen. It's very rare. But what I'm saying, it's not so much like a violin player where like they break a string and then they take first violin player's violin. You know, I guess because that's what I'm trying to say. The oboe is completely different. It's like all has to do with that reed. Okay, so anyways, and sorry, I do not plan on playing my oboe really anytime soon. Again, the reeds, okay. I have been saving up on the side, even though I've been dropping all this money and I'm trying to save money. It just for the years, this has always been in the back of my mind. But I hope you guys understand what a investment this is, okay? Because this is essentially $200, okay? But I want a Legier synthetic reed, and I've just been watching videos and listening and watching videos, and I have to have one. You know, I just say like I have to have one for $200. I think it's absolutely worth it to have a synthetic oboe reed. And the thing is like way back in the day, I heard about these before, guys, and I mean, I have stories about the first plastic reeds that I ever saw, and it was, you know, we laughed at it because as funny as it sounds, guys. It was so later on, the instruments that I got when I was in high school were brand new Fox oboes. These oboes, my band director was a very competent musician, and he was an excellent conductor and musician. So anyways, he put all the money back into the band, is what I'm trying to say. He was a good dude, and he no joke dropped probably close to like $10,000 or $15,000 on buying the school 3 new oboes. So anyways, the first year, I remember we still had a nice oboe. It was actually still like an advanced type oboe, but it was pretty old and used. And like on instruments with the corks, you can like really feel it with the looseness of the corks when they really need to be recorked. You know what I'm saying? Or if the instruments have had a crack or had the crack repaired, which I specifically remember now that for the first almost year, that the instrument I rented, again, because like I didn't have to pay for my lessons, and I didn't have to pay for my instrument. That was given to me by the state, okay? So anyways, and interestingly, the oboe is just like one of the instruments that the state provided, because like clarinets and stuff and flutes, it's such a popular instrument, those kids have to pay and rent their instruments out from the music store and stuff, and it's like a whole nother business. So what I'm saying, but as an oboe player, I never had to pay for or buy an instrument. I'll say it's good and bad, because I'll say it's bad because I never owned my own instrument. I always envied and always admired all the other people in the band, no matter what instrument they played, you know. But like a lot, you know, for example, a lot of brass players, like it was just always really noticeable when they would get a brand new instrument, that was theirs. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't rent it anymore, and it'd just be dent free, super shiny, and not only shiny, it just sounds amazing. You know, compared to these rented instruments which students use and get returned. And you know they're kept in playable conditions and stuff. I mean, it takes a lot to keep them in playable conditions. But what I'm saying, they're not perfect. They have a lot of wear and tear. So, anyways, so we have brand new Fox oboes. Is what I'm trying to say. For the last almost 3 years that I was playing the oboe, and anyway, so that's what I was used to. Is what I'm trying to say. These instruments were like $5,000. You know, it's more, that's more almost as much as I pay for my piano right here. So I'll just say I got a great deal on my piano. I got it from a liquidated church, okay, in Georgia. So I got a great deal on it, and that's how I was able to afford it. And I was specifically looking for this specific piano actually for like over a year and a half. There was for a while there was 2 other people trying to sell it, and then for the longest time just only one other person trying to sell it on eBay. And this one was just by far way better. Like all the scratches and all the markings on this piano and stuff, it's because of me. So when I received this piano, it was nearly flawless, you know, and it had just got donated to this church in Georgia, and just how it is, okay. And for example, I tuned a Yamaha Concert C7, which is like almost their largest concert grand. You know, still this piano was still like $80,000 or something, guys. It was probably close to $100,000, and it was like brand new. So, anyways, but what I'm trying to say is, this church, though they had that piano, they've been continuing to do all their services just using electronic instruments and everything, and it was because the piano was out of tune. And I was like, look, dude, I told him straight up, I was like, I see what the issue is here, is that you guys are a church in the modern idiom, meaning they're broadcasting their music and their sermons with a mixing board, you know, where the singer, his guitar, the drummer, you know, he's behind a little shield, and all his drums are mic'd with like 3 or 4 mics, you know, whatever his kick and a cymbal and the snare, you know, those are kind of like important ones. So, but what I'm saying is it's all going into the mixing board, and everything's being played back at the same time. So when you're listening through the headphones, you can instantly hear, so just say, especially like if the bass player or the guitar player is out of tune, if their instrument's out of tune. So what it's coming down to is, I was like, look, I can see what's happening is because I saw that they had 2 mics on the piano, that you guys are trying to mic the piano, but that you guys are tuning up with how everything is now is like perfectly digital and perfectly in tune. That's the way everything is now. And I kind of complained about this, but that's the whole VST thing, why I don't like digital sounds and stuff, because not only it just sounds synthetic, everything is, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's so absolutely just dead in tune. It's like people complain now when it's not. But what I'm trying to say is, in this instance, both the bass player and the guitar player are trying to tune to their pedals, or tuners, which are tuning exactly A440, and then you come back to the piano, and the grand piano is out of tune. It sounds fucking terrible when you put it in the mix. And I'm saying is, what my point is I was like, look, dude, I'm gonna tune it right now, but to be realistic, if you want this for the shows you're wanting, at minimum, you're gonna want me to be tuning this piano 12 times a year, or if you're absolutely serious about the sound being in tune and everything, you want me there every single week to tune this piano every single week, because that's what I'm saying. That's what it's going to be. I'm just saying there's no piano that after it's getting played aggressively for I'll just say for a couple hours, okay, over the course of a week, okay, and the natural vibrations of the earth and stuff that happen is going to stay 100% in tune. You know, every piano is going to just slightly fall out of tune, either just barely, or you're going to have, especially like the unisons, just kind of fall out. That's almost what it is. It's almost just the unisons, and it's not so much the unisons, but you're just seeing those individual strings fall out of tune for whatever reason. And that's what I'm saying, or that's why you have these concert instruments, which I've played. Okay, it's like Steinway has them, you know, and like Texas A&M. I'll just say the school I went to, which I posted that picture of Cindy Elizondo, not to be funny, but because I'm an alumni of the same school that she went to, so she's an Aggie as well, and I recognize and I praise her art as a fellow Aggie. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think anybody understood that picture. I think if anything, they just were laughing at it because Chopin, the most important composer of the piano, whatever, Scherzo, you know, and I mean everybody knows the recording I'm talking about. So, but anyways, but what I'm trying to say is my school had one of these concert Steinways. Okay, the University of Texas of Austin. They had like 9 or 10 of them, something like that. Baylor has like 2 or 3. Baylor University. So that's what I'm trying to say. So, and throughout the whole USA, there's like less than 300 is what I'm trying to say that reach this level of instruments where Steinway has completely like classified them as performing the absolute concert performing instruments. And what I'm saying is because we have them at Severance Hall, and I'm just saying I saw Yuja Wang. You know, I mean, I was seeing I've been there a number of times where the piano has been out of tune terribly. Okay, and I'm just saying, you know, they that's something that they try to always make sure is corrected before the concert. But once the concert starts, and if the note falls out of tune, there's nothing you can do about that until the intermission. You know, and that's what I'm trying to say. So there's that's what I'm trying to say. Is no instrument is absolutely perfect. You know, I tuned this other piano just yesterday, actually, this a Hyundai, okay, and it's not the first Hyundai I tuned, but it's the first Hyundai that I tuned where like these Petroff Weinbachs where like I have tuned it where I'm essentially the first technician to really start doing the breaking in, tuning, and regulation of the instrument, because these instruments are leaving the factory incomplete. Okay, they're leaving the factory with not enough tunings. Okay, so anyways, what I'm trying to say, this Hyundai was like that, and the guy had not tuned it, and like oh man, so it was cool. I mean, I really appreciate. I'll just say, I mean, I didn't mind doing the work for him because he was a serious musician, and also I wanted to talk about like the story. So his wife actually hired me, and I'm real glad I met this guy now. Now I'm glad I did the work. Because like I said, I've met just so many different walks of life through just different musical encounters. I'm just saying, not tuning, just playing with bands. Like earlier, like I told you, like my like 2 of these bands that I'm friends with are playing now in August. So now I'm gonna go fucking chill out in the woods and fucking, you know, straight up probably try to find a fucking sack, because that's what you fucking do, and go smoke that shit and just go fucking chill out and listen to some fucking music. Okay, August 7th through 9th. Okay, it's a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, and I know that my one of my best friends is hosting it, and then not only so he's the Pink Floyd cover band, and then not only is he covering it or hosting the whole thing for the 3 days, the other band, Ebenezer the Crow, is another band I've kicked it with a couple times, and I know I just know a lot of the groupies and shit, so they're really fucking good bands. So anyways, what I'm trying to say, you know, back to let me reverse my points. You know, I'm always losing my thoughts on these tangents and stuff. I lost my thought. So anyways, yeah, I lost my thought, but we're gonna have this thing August 5th, August 7th, you know, and you know, I'll just say some more things than just the music is going on. So I'm definitely gonna be there, okay? And my friend that's hosting this party, he moved really far away. He used to live really close to me, where I used to ride my bike over to his place. So I mean, that's how close he was. So now, I mean, there's no way I'm riding my bike to his place where he lives now. It's like absolutely fucking miles I mean, you'd have to drive there. So, some other news though I want to tell you guys is I lowered my car insurance today. Okay, well I didn't officially lower it, but I did all. I mean, it takes a long time to enter information with a number of companies and get a lower quote. And essentially, it's just like I got the renewal for my car insurance, which is every 6 months. I have Allstate car insurance with one vehicle. Okay, I used to insure two vehicles. That's Civic. I was still paying like almost $600 a month for those two cars. Okay, for two cars that were both made before 2010. Okay, so anyways, so I'm paying $317 a month. That's for the next quote, the renewal. I was like, man, you fucking serious? What the fuck? Why is this shit just always just slowly bumping up and increasing? And anyways, long story short, I'm keeping my thing active. It's active for another week or whatever, and also I'm still just making sure I fully want to do this. You know, I mean, I know I'm gonna do it, but I don't want to just fully change all the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I want to digest the rates. But essentially, I'm gonna save almost $150 changing to Progressive, and so that's what I'm about to do. I'm like, man, no fucking way. That's like a whole fucking electric bill for like one of my like winter months of insurance, you know. So more specifically, I'll be saving $143. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, and that's actually $143. I'm gonna be saving twice. So that's almost $300 that I'm saving for the whole year, is what I'm saying, because I pay my car insurance by the 6 months, and so again, I mean, it's like. Again, it's like what is wrong? Because I was looking at my statement. It's like I'm at this point now. Like after I saw that with Progressive, it's like you can cancel and activate like the whole thing online and like not even talk to any. I mean, back in the day, like I said, I'm old school. I was like thinking I would have to call my agent and cancel it and overlap and call the new one. Now it's like I can do everything without talking to anybody. I can cancel my old policy and immediately instate my new policy completely online. And it's like, and again, like I mentioned this in another live stream, has to do with the state of Ohio. But the state of Ohio has this kind of like catch-all login for everything, you know, and so like this is the car insurance, home insurance, you know, that kind of stuff. It's all lumped up into this one profile. So it's like once I buy the insurance, it's like already in my national like Ohio profile that the insurance is there. You get what I'm saying? So I don't need to do any other work, was what I'm saying. Before it was like you would have to like make sure that you're just changing all the addresses and updating who needs to know you're changing this and that and whatever. And so anyways, yeah, I'm just like what I'm saying with Allstate, which is what I have now. I'm trying to change to Progressive. They have like points program. I have not gotten in a wreck or anything, you know, and not made a claim. And like my driving points, they have like a point system or something. It went up. My point system went up, and then my benefits, the amount of benefits, cash benefits that they're giving me back because of my good driving history went down. And I was like, dude, I was about to call my insurance guy. I was like, what the hell? It's like, look, I haven't been getting tickets, no wrecks, no claims. Even in your system, it says my driving number has, like my credit score has gone up, and then so my credit score has gone up, and then you're giving me less money back and charging me more for my insurance. I mean, what the fuck is up with this? So I was like, fuck you, Allstate. Okay, I'm going with Progressive. Okay, and we'll see. I'm just saying, as dumb as this sounds, I'm gonna stay with Progressive for 2 or 3 years, and I'm gonna have to change again. And it's the way fucking shit is done in America, as dumb as that sounds. And it's the same fucking shit with my fucking house, with everything, with loaners. When you get loans, it's like everybody passes off the loan, passes this off to someone else, and you get all these letters about that you're paying back some other person now because it's off their hands, okay? And they, you know, that's how American business runs. So I know I'll be cool for 2 or 3 years. you know, and then my rate's gonna slowly hike back up again, and I'm gonna have to fucking go around and reshop and cancel my fucking policy and get a new policy. Yeah, and that is just like the story of fucking America, and I don't even want to get into it with what the city of Cleveland here has done with the taxes. Okay, in a nutshell, they specifically went around to like house to house and like just looked at your house, and then someone decided based on how well you maintained your lawn if you were going to be in a certain tax bracket or not. And because of that, because I upkeep my lawn and I pick up everyone's fucking dog poop, you know, and I yell at them to stop fucking keeping their dog poop in my fucking yard, you know, they notice that I keep my place clear. So as my taxes went up, I'm not lying, guys, 100 fucking percent. Okay, 100 fucking percent. I'm paying absolutely exactly double the amount of fucking tax that I paid last year. That is absolutely fucking absurd, you know, because my mortgage went up like $300 fucking dollars a month, guys. And so, anyways, I'm fighting this. Okay, interestingly, we can fight this, and we can. And the deadline's coming up soon. I have the form printed out right here. Okay, right here. Okay, guys. And see, I just want to show you this complaint against the valuation of real property. Okay, it was that bad of a fucking issue that they even this is endorsed by the city. So that's what's cool about it. Anyways, it's no guarantee that any taxes will be lowered at all. I'm just saying, dude, even if you lower my taxes 50 fucking percent, okay, to fucking raise my fucking taxes 100 fucking percent is fucking just disgusting. Like who thought of that like they are wanting to get shot. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I'm saying someone else is going to do it. It's going to put someone else in the situation financially where they're going to hit that point how everybody is in America and want to shoot their place up, shoot a school up or whatever, and that's just what happens in America. And so all I'm trying to say is I'm fighting this. You have to submit so much information and stuff, but I'm slowly going through. It's like it's a lot of very specific information, guys. It's not just a petition, sign your name. Oh, I'm paying too much now. You know what I'm saying? I have to go back and produce records and stuff of previous years and supply a lot of information and submit it to this portal and everything. So, anyways, I'm collecting all that together. Deadline's coming up. But all I'm trying to say is, if anything, they should just remain the fucking same. My taxes should never have gone up. And this is what I'm trying to say is I looked it up on the news thing here, and it came down to like it didn't matter where you. It's just it looks like just like kind of if you look at how an outbreak happens with people getting sick. That's how it looks around the city, that the areas that they chose to just completely double the taxes upon. And I just happen to be one of the places. And I'm just saying that's absolute fucking bullshit. You know, because I already got my equity for seal whatever for the next 40 fucking years or whatever that I'm paying back this loan. You know, and so what I'm saying is I expect a certain amount of payment, you know, for the next couple decades. You know what I'm saying? And then so what I'm saying is the way they did this the way they do all this shit. The same thing with the insurance. I'm not even going to get to the insurance, but it comes down to when the date that the mortgage company and also the insurance company, it has to do with all the parties involved when their deadlines for when their fiscal years end and when they produce these fiscal papers. And what I'm saying, what it comes down to, for example, for the home insurance is that this is I'm not fighting it, but I'm saying this is bullshit too. Is the insurance? My insurance went up like $100 for the home insurance, okay? And I was like, okay, that's fine. You know, I'm honestly still getting kind of a good deal for my home insurance. So I was like, that's fine. That's within my budget, and it's not an outrageous increase for okay. So I was like, cool. So but what happens is they give that information to the lending company, which is the bank, okay? And what happens is the bank then uses that information, the amount of home tax plus county tax and they apply that to your loan to figure out your monthly payment. And so what I'm saying, so they're using that number that they sent. And so what happened is the very, very fucking last day of the very fiscal year, the insurance guy, and that's why I was like, fuck this insurance guy. You know, this is why I was trying to change the home insurance. He, in the very last day, he upped the insurance amount premium by another $30. Okay, so what I'm saying is I didn't find this out until calling back the people that I have my loan with, my bank. Okay, I'm asking him, and then the guy's like, oh yeah, well, we're sorry to tell you, but your monthly premium is actually going to increase by a little bit more because we just received this letter that he receives now after in 2026 January, after the 2025 foreseeable report for 2026 has been made. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So it's like that's how they try to sneak in this shit. These fucking insurance people. That's bullshit. You know? It's like that's absolutely fucking bullshit. Like some really sick fucking like Martha Stewart type of bullshit. Okay? Insider trading type shit, you know? So anyways, I'm changing one of my insurances, okay? Because I'll just say I'm saving the most money with the home insurance. Yeah, it's an issue. If it happens again with something much more, then it's like fuck yeah, I'm changing it. But interestingly, even if I were to bundle my insurance, my home insurances, I'm still paying less. So once I saw that I'm still paying less, even with his double hike raise, I was like, okay, look, I'm still getting a good deal on my home insurance. Nevertheless, even though that they see that they're giving me a good deal on the home insurance, you shouldn't be trying to hike this shit up closer and closer every year because I'm gonna drop you once that shit hits a fucking point. You know what I'm saying? Where look, I'm paying well above the average that everyone else, because I looked it up, the average for that people are paying for their home insurance for the amount alone. I'll just say I got a great deal. So I guess I'm happy with that, but not the auto insurance. So the auto insurance is complete bullshit. Like it just I'm saving $300 changing to Progressive for the year. That is fucking ridiculous, guys. I have the same exact type of coverage. My coverage did not change at all. I made sure. I'll just say I'm paying the cheapest coverage, okay? I just have absolutely just like the liability for the other person, okay? Nothing on my car or anything. But that's what I've always been paying for. And I'm just saying also to be paying that kind of fucking money for that absolute kind of shit fucking coverage. It's like I should at least at minimum now be entering into some bodily injury and collision injury for myself, for my own vehicle type of coverage with the amount that I was paying. You know, that's at least what I feel. So that's what I'm dropping that guy. So I have another week, a little bit longer than a week, but I'm definitely going to just change it. And so, yeah, my conversation was saying is like, I was just like, I can just be like, look, just like Eric Cartman, you know, my name's Eric, E-rating, it's not a joke. And that's what it stands for. If you guys didn't know, like, what the fuck is an E-rating? It's for Eric rating. You know, like 2 thumbs up. Ebert, you know, if you're old enough to fucking watch that show, you know. So, anyways, you know, that's what it is. It's my rating, and so fuck this guy. You know, I'm going home. You know. So, anyways, so I got some food. Okay. Like if you guys followed me, so that you saw that the 2 things of food which I prepared were these ghetto shit pizzas, which I'll give them. They're 6 out of 10. Okay, I mean they're like a step above like okay, and then, but more importantly, these chicken breasts which I breaded and whatever, did all this stuff for. I just want to say that I de-thawed them. Like a few hours earlier today. And also, like, to de-thaw, there's no other way to de-thaw other than just room temperature de-thaw. You know, if you really want to or need to use the microwave or some other faster way to de-thaw, I guess you can. And I've done it as well. But I'm saying it always cooks the meat in some fashion, which is undesirable. And so anyways, what I wanted to say is I don't know if I did it right or I just got lucky. I'll just say I did it right, okay? Because I I totally dried the meat, and I used cornstarch, and also I wrapped them up in so much parchment paper. So anyways, what I'm saying is when they dried and all the moisture actually dried out into separate crystals that was separate from the breast. So what I'm saying, that's really nice, because what I'm saying is when I de-thawed them, it's like I just breaded them just today. Like the usually what happens is the breading gets really soggy, and yeah, you can still cook it, and you will still get some sort of breaded type crust, but the crust won't be airy or have texture. It will be like really flat, like how Koreans like to eat rice, where they slam it into the bottom of a stone bowl and just burn it, which I'll just say I like, but I'm saying, but no other Asian does that. I'm just saying, oh, it's a totally Korean type of thing. And I'll just say, ever since I experienced that with Korean food, I'll just say it depends on what you're eating, and I only like with the Korean food also because like the style of it is also like you're eating some kind of soup, and I really liked it how like they would burn the whole bowl, the stone bowl with the rice, but then like you're eating a soup. So it's essentially like instead of having a cracker like how Americans eat, we break crackers into the soup or you dip the cracker. It's like you're using your spoon to chip off pieces of the crusted rice off the side of the bowl to eat the soup, and it plus it's spicy. Okay, and Americans don't eat any fucking soup that's spicy. Okay, and anyways, Korean food is really spicy if you like it. So anyways, I love Korean food. Korean food is one of my absolute favorite. I think the Korean diet is not the most healthy, but I'll just say it's pretty healthy when you see what they eat, the amount of like fermented vegetables, and I'll just say it's nothing like Chinese food. Like Chinese food, if you guys know, like hands down is by far like the most unhealthy and worst of all Asian foods. And I mean, I'm not trying to be like Asian racist or whatever or stereotypical, but I'm like Chinese people are all the fat ones. Like the only fat Japanese people you ever really see are going to be sumo wrestlers. But I'm just saying when you just see fat Asian people, it's always China. China's the one with the fucking obesity problem. Every other Asian country, like Vietnamese, you never see a fucking fat Vietnamese person. You never see a fucking fat Cambodian person. You may see a few chubby Japanese, chubby Korean people, but you don't see them like just straight up obese. Is like what I'm saying, like the children of China, which are the absolute epitome of how fat China is. And if you guys know, I'm all about America. Okay, I love Made in America and Americanism. 200 motherfucking 50th year this year, guys. This is the biggest fucking year. I'm gonna go all out. I'm dropping. Well, okay, so I'm gonna have to up it because really dropping $100 for fireworks is nothing. I dropped 130 for fireworks. I originally wanted to drop 100, and then when I got to the store, you know, you got to drive out to the city limits to where these stores are. I go to the ones up here. Okay, it's different than in Texas, but the big one here that I go to now is called Phantom Fireworks. So you start seeing. I'm surprised I don't see them already, like popping up, especially with this year. I'm just saying this year is gonna be motherfucking big, guys. And my neighborhood goes fucking absolutely bonkers with fireworks, and I want to join in the celebration. What I'm trying to say is, I went into there with a budget, telling myself, you know, thinking like, oh, I'm buying fireworks like I was buying in the 90s. Okay, it were not even the 90s, in the late 2000s too, like 2008. Okay, $100, guys, like $100 barely bought me one paper sack, because that's what they give you, the fireworks in paper sacks. You know, they don't give you shit in plastic. Okay. It barely got me one, like it was barely full. And I was like, are you fucking serious? And I got like only one artillery shell type of, you know, artillery shells are like the ones that blow up and are really big, that come in the tubes. That in itself was like $40, you know, and I got like 6 shots. It wasn't even a lot, like 6 or 8 shots. And then like all the other shit, like just added up, and I felt like I had nothing for $100. And anyway, so I spent $130. I upped it $30 more, because I spent another $20 because they had these the bottle rockets. Okay, there's a lot of different style of bottle rockets, but those bottle rockets are always the ones you get deals on, and it's like buy 3 get 1 free or some shit like a buy 2 get 5 free, some dumb shit like that. So anyways, but I upped it because I was like, look, I only have these like 8 artillery shells. I really want a lot of other shit that at least goes up in the air and blows up somewhat. And so it came down to bottle rockets. And so I bought like 200 bottle rockets, okay, and with their buy get 1 specials or whatever. And that was the extra $30 that I spent. Okay, I think the last 5, I think it was like 25 or 26, and then I spent $4 on chasers, which is another firework which I really love. Okay, there's a lot of fireworks which I love. Anyways, so all I'm trying to say is this year, man, it's gonna have to be something like 150, $200, because that's gonna, again, barely gonna get me 1 bag full of fireworks to celebrate on the 250th anniversary of America. And you know, I'm a devout American, guys. You know, so I have an area for a very large, not a flagpole at least, okay, but I have the flag on my house, okay, which sticks out, and I'm looking for a bigger quality flag. And the thing about it is, my flag isn't by far, it's not big, okay, it's not big enough. I think it's like 5 by 8 or something like that. And that, I'm just saying, that may even, like, I thought that sounded big. But I'm just saying, for real, once you see how like that flag looks up against your house, and especially just far from the street, it makes it look fucking dinky. And I'm just saying, I want a fucking enormous American fucking flag, okay? And I'm not saying a flagpole, but I'm just saying I want a big one, okay? Like 15 foot. I'm saying once you hit the 10 by 15 foot flags, then the flag starts looking like a flag that I would proudly have in my yard, because again, I think that's an absolute thing that we're losing in America. The whole thing that like people bitched and complained that Trump wanted to do an American rally. I hope he does something even bigger than that this year. I hope he goes all out, and it's like the Macy's parade, because that's what needs to be done, and that's what Americans lack. We as Americans, it's like how can you lack that pride in America? It's like the only way we're gonna get that is going back into a war. I'm not talking about that, but that, I'm just keeping it fucking real. Just look at the fucking State of the Union. I didn't even really kind of want to talk about that. I don't really want to talk about politics or so much, but just go under the comments and you'll just see what the general public now feels about Democrats, how the true face of the Democrats is really coming out. How none of them would even stand for anything, for anything American. It's like, how dare you even like call yourself an American? You should be ashamed of yourself for even just standing in that fucking building. And anyways, I'm not. I'm a fucking American. And like I say, yeah. So again, like, I hope Trump does an enormous fucking parade. Because, and I'm not talking about supporting Trump and all his things. I'm talking about specifically an American pride type thing, like yes, let's make this factory, let's make these backpacks in America, let's make these cars in America, let's not use American oil. That's a little bit, you got to think about that backwards. We want to keep our reserves for that, and lower the cost of the amount that we're paying to import oil from these other oil producing countries and stuff. I'm just saying that's the only logical thing for anybody who loves this soil should be thinking. Anybody otherwise is not a fucking American. You're a fucking traitor, and you should be tried for treason. Okay, so I'm really fucking hungry now, guys. So what I'm saying is I have my chicken. That's what this conversation was getting to. And my chicken is like totally non-soggy. I'm ready to cook it. I made white rice, okay, and I just got raw veg, okay. I'm gonna feed my cats, my white cat here, which I noticed some of you guys like my cats a lot, so I wish you guys kind of would say that about me. But it's like when I'm on camera, no one says I look nice. But when my cats are on camera, they're just like, oh my god, their cats look so beautiful and everything. So yeah, call my cats beautiful. I'm glad you guys like my cats. I love my cats too. But I'm saying, be nice, Right now, I'm not, but I'm saying wearing anything nice. But I'm just saying, like earlier, you guys probably didn't even notice, but I starched and ironed my shirt. That shirt I was wearing earlier in my stream earlier today. So that's all I'm trying to say. I didn't just try to come out here looking like shit for the beginning of my video. I tried to come out here like looking as nice as possible. No one said, oh you look nice, or your shirt looks wrinkle free or anything. You know, they say, oh, your cat looks nice. Okay, I already fed my cats. So I'm cooking. That's what's gonna happen. I will be back, okay? So I am back. I'm gonna show you my food. Okay, so you're gonna see me cook this chicken. So I just added in. We're watching some Resident Evil shit. Okay.
He's attacked by Cerberus, but is saved by someone. A mysterious woman who produces ID, and it says that she's FBI. She says she's surprised he made it this far, but says what's going on there is classified. Tells Leon to stop asking questions to get himself the hell out of there. The woman then leaves. Leon tries to go after her, but she's disappeared, and he's now in a holding cell.
Okay, and I'm
Zombified prisoners are inside the cell.
I'm gonna watch every single episode of these Star Treks that I got.
This is Ben Bertolucci. He says that Chief Irons locked him in there. He doesn't have many nice things to say about old Irons, but of course the only part of Irons Leon has seen is the man who creates himself out of the
So this is all I'm about to watch, guys. This Star Trek. Okay, this is episode 19. Okay, I got these all for 99 cents. This one has this funny being. Okay, this one's gonna be great. This one's classic, guys.
Backing towards the wall, a massive hand smashes through it, grabs Ben and kills him in a pretty gruesome way. Peter shows up again. She says that she told him to get out of there. She says that Ben here was an informant, but he had information of use.
Here's my rice. I'm just gonna microwave it.
Again, much to Leon's frustration. He introduces himself as Leon, and she says her name is Ava. Given that Leon needs the permit currently attached to Ben's dead body, he needs to get power restored to the cells before he can get it to the lab. Leon finds a note next to Ben's cell which reads that a couple of custom power panel parts needed to fix the power panel for the jail cell. One should be inside the generator room and the other in the station clock tower. Sure enough, he manages to find the first panel part in the generator room. Using the crank to lift the shutter, Leon is now back inside the RPD on its east side, finding what remains of Elliot's lower half. In the main hall, Leon also finds that Marvin has not only died, but has been cannibalized. Putting out the fire surrounding the crashed chopper, Leon is confronted by the T-103 Tyrant, the thing that killed Ben Bertolucci. As we've seen before, the T-103 is a highly intelligent BOW which pursues Leon throughout the RPD. Mr. X, who is more affectionately known. He also finds Chris's letter to his fellow STARS members stating that he's in Europe and makes a few veiled nods to what he's doing, investigating the umbrella. Anyway, Leon manages to get access to the top floor area, previously inaccessible, and he finds the clock tower. Swapping some cogs around causes the clock tower to break, and this dislodges the second and final power panel box. Now let's go back to the holding cells.
Alright, so I moved on.
Installing the two
We're gonna lower the
pieces,
seats
Leon
a
opens
tad.
the cells, move out the curtain,
Okay.
and he finds a recording device.
More of on a medium high now.
The tape is a recording of a conversation between Ben.
Give him a little shake.
Ben was asking her about an orphanage, some rumors. Of course, we know those rumors.
Yeah, I wish those two dudes you were watching, I don't know who you were, I wish you were still watching. I know I kind of left. But this shit is smelling amazing.
William Burt. Leon also finds a note
I got my timer on for this chicken.
That it's likely that Umbrella sent him to Raccoon City to wipe out any
We're
remaining
shallow
survivors,
frying it.
witnesses to the atrocities carried out by Umbrella. But now having gotten what he
I'm trying to
needed,
heat up a little bit
Leon
more,
is out
actually.
of there. Unfortunately, him opening the
Back
cells
onto the
is a double-edged
fire.
sword as the other cells are open too. Zombies pour out, and what's even worse is that Mr. X is apart. He comes through the wall, and in the threat of the tyrant, and everything is checked out. He is saved once again by Daisy.
So let me get my chopsticks. This is how we'll be turning and moving them. Chopsticks, guys. So I can already feel a nice crust is kind of building. I got it on a medium-high heat. The rest of my pork rinds.
Leaving the parking garage, Leon made a remote on the street, and said that unfortunately, just did not even need it.
So this chicken's about to bang.
They can't throw their heads.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do the flip. Ooh, wow. Okay, I like the crispy and the crunch. I got it actually on a medium heat now. Okay, another 5 minutes. That's it. So I got this straight. We're gonna put it straight on here when we're done. And I'm not so worried about them draining. This is like not perforated, raised a little bit, so the oil will drain onto there. I want to get all the edges fried up, which is hard to do. Especially on this longer piece like this.
things are crispy. You guys are going to say it's burned. I'm going to say it has flavor. And it's crispy. So these things were so juicy, guys. I got the cooking down perfectly for these. Maybe these will turn out not as good as the first batch, but the first batch was amazing. It seems like you're better used to the pan. Okay, there's definitely not burned on the bottom. So, this chicken, we're going with my all favorite. I just like Tabasco sauce. And I'll keep this oil in here just for one day, or maybe even tonight. I might still use it for something. It's definitely still good. So it's better just to do the chicken on high heat for a shorter amount of time. Because that's why it's juicy. You can do lower heat, that'll be soggy. I just turned the heat up a little bit for this last minute. It's also like sparking everywhere. I've always wanted or needed something to like cover all this oil. It pops everywhere. Yeah, the chicken is done. Turn that off, turn off the heat. Yeah, I'm not going to soak these so much. Actually, I will. Real quick while they're hot. Roll lightly. Just so they're not too heavy with oil, guys. It makes an enormous difference. And you got to do this while they're hot. You cannot do this while they're cold, else the oil just soaks in everything. Here we go. We're going to take a bite of one right here. Here we go. Oh, juicy. Really juicy. Hey, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm watching Star Trek.